You are welcome into my hunger strike to save your life. As you probably no doubt noticed, we are in a mega crisis of epic proportions of cultural decline, global cultural decline, AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, or climate collapse actually, and a mental health crisis that is also growing. If you're concerned about it, join me. I'm spreading a solution called universal logic. The universal logic is the structure of pure wisdom. We need to align human culture with it, AI with its CRISPR genetic editing with its wisdom, de-escalate World War III with it, reduce climate collapse with it, and solve the mental health crisis by aligning human minds in psych wards and social systems with it. If that's something you think you can help with and want to lend your skills to, I'm here for you. You're sacred, you're worth it. Okay. Couldn't send your video. Oh my gosh. Oh, this again. Oh, the battery's not charging on the phone. The poverty trap strikes again. Oh, dizzy. There now it's charging. What do I want to use today for? phone died again. Uh, all right. Let's upload it to YouTube then. Wow, it took me forever. I wouldn't upload the video, so I had to put it on YouTube. I sent you a link there. About people overcompensating, the most marginalized or the loudest, all this other stuff is it's that there are real problems in the world, Michael, which is not just an imbalance that needs to be ignored. For example, some people were very loud, like Martin Luther King. He was fighting for black rights. Same with women that went on hunger strikes. They weren't overcompensating because they were victims that wanted attention. They really were victims, and they have a right to stop the pain towards them because people in ignorance wanted to harm them. It's not like wise people were trying to harm them. Unwise people were harming them. And they have a right to stand up for themselves because they really are victims of bad behavior. If somebody comes and cuts your arm off, that's a violation of your body autonomy and your rights. Whether you want to say you attracted it, God attracted it, whatever. The other person should have been in self-control and should not have done that. So an arm is a very powerful thing in this world. People who have disabilities are given extra supports because we know how hard it is for them to live life, a high quality life. You have to be careful with some of these new age spiritual thoughts because they lead to potentially harmful behavior. People are like, oh, nothing is wrong, blah, blah, when we need to be standing up for ourselves now in a real way. And people might say, oh, you're just overcompensating. No, we're not. We're not just overcompensating. We're literally in a world where wealth concentration is at all-time highs, system relevance is at almost all-time highs, and we're careening off of existential threats. So we need to take a stand now, Michael. It's not wrong to protest. It's not wrong to claim authority either, because if you don't claim, imagine you're in a situation where you actually have the truth and you don't claim that truth. Somebody else comes who's actually ignorant and a manipulator, and a tyrannical dictator for real, and they're overcompensating because they really were beaten by their parents or whatever it was, and they're going there saying that you don't have the answer, they have the answer, and they start spewing the wrong answer, which is oppressing and subjugating people and harming them. So you're going to have to speak up and say, no, you actually do have the answer, and you need to make it known, because you might think, oh, the truth speaks for itself, which it does in a just society. But manipulators can use mass opinion to confuse them and then turn them against you, even when you do have the truth. And that's what happened with people like Jesus. It happened to a little bit. There are tragic instances in history where the good guys were killed. Not by evil people, but by ignorant people being manipulated by somebody who's traumatized on the inside. So think about that. Wow, this never ends. Okay. Oy. Being sucked in again. Yes, the loss control problem. Putting in basically solutions. In terms of doomerism, the slogan of Barreled Spirit here is hope the best, prepare for the worst on all directions. What that does is it covers all the dialectical avenues, right? No matter which extreme somebody goes to, we say we're at the other side. And this way we're not too optimistic that it binds to the problems we design solutions, but it's also not so pessimistic it's doomerism and stays and wallows rather than thinking of ideas. And then there's realism because in plot, in many directions you have contingency plans, which is insurance and reducing risks. But the main thing is to do some really incredibly immediate, I guess, cost loss analysis or cost loss savings is to get this document that I just sent you to Anthropic CEO. To Dario, if you can get that document and implement it in 4 levels, that will save us And I just ran out of money today or yesterday before I was at the hospital. Took to the hospital to monitor me, but they wouldn't do it. They say, well, you're refusing care and all this stuff. I'm not totally refusing care. I just don't want to get nutrients in my body yet until we meet the goals. So there's this word game that you can play that counts towards my meals. But this is the ultimate. Uh, it's the ultimate way to do loss control management because it fixes the root problem, which is fragmented consciousness. So I made it into a simple kind of game where before we had to use piece of paper and different meetings and spreadsheets and manual calculations that took hours and a whole bunch of stuff. So I built out this game called Words of Wisdom, and there's a point system with it. It's a blessing system. So as people learn the proper order of words in the universal logic, it counts as blessings towards my meal. And if we get enough people playing this game, then we can get 5,400 blessings and I can eat right away. My blood is already bad. It's not totally critical yet, but my magnesium is low, my sodium is low, my phosphate is low. They're like below normal, like lower limits of normal, it's below that. So it's already in the orange. And it's only been 12 days. In fact, it was 10 days and I took the test, but or 11 days. So you guys just be up here. So I sent you the paper there. And I have a link here I'm going to send you for the game. And I'd like you to make an account. Actually, I'll ask you, are you willing to make an account? And go in there and test it, and then tell me what you think. And if you know anybody else that would want to play the game and compete. And the point system, we're doing a beta test, right? So the point system might have to be reset or changed, but right now it seems to be reflecting actual reality. Because we tested the game in 1,000 meetings before in a much painful format, but yeah, I think these two things will give people a sense of positive control, not perfectionism, which is dead control, a sense of destiny, and a new way to look at your life, and it generates perplexing questions in the mind, because highlighting the fragments are word by word, hyper precise. And then when you play the game together, I want to make more points when you play it together. So that was one last thing I wanted to do, but I ran out of funds to pay for Claude to code it. But I'm already starting, so the more people can get to test it, we'll figure out the bugs, get the blessings done, and then the next version, hopefully I can fundraise. Usually when I get towards the end of a Hungerstrike, people start to get more inspired and want to get helpful and stuff like that. But it seems like you're a little bit ahead of the crowd. So if you could lend your spirit and talent to this, and then use your skills to somehow pump up this initiative, it'll allow me to. You will be helping to increase my voice. That's what it is. We're creating a government, and the reason why I've risen up here now, enduring a lot of discomfort for this role, is because I understand and have what appears to be good judgment in a tragic situation. While everybody else is looking at other patterns, the universal logic allows to see the truth. And that's why I went on Hungerstrike in the first place. And I'd like my voice to be heard more, but once people start using the universal logic, all their voices will start to align with this proper way of looking at reality. But a lot of people are going to come in and challenge me, and they're going to try and take that power because they're afraid. But a lot of people don't have enough wisdom to wield that power and set proper boundaries to return to people, not abandon them. So I'd like, if you're willing to do that, and help me in this real way before I die. I'm already so weak, and they're blocking me in the courthouse, which is not good, and they're blocking me in the hospital. So they're going to try to make me stay home to die alone, which is the state marginalizing my hunger strikes. Like, I'm being shadow banned by the platforms, and the government's basically shadow banning me from being in a public spaces. So I want to somehow get out of this, but in the end, it's going to come down to the flock strategy. Just finding 6 people, teaching them the core, get into play words of wisdom, and then you don't recruit anybody else. Those 6 people now find 6 people, and then all you ever do is you help your 6 people. You have something called a tribe, a flock, and a more intimate rotation of your flock. So there's like 3 levels to it. So there's always novelty, something like the same thing every day, same people every day. It will be the same people every day, but you'll also have novelty every day. This is balancing the dialectics the way God wants it to be, or universal logic wants it to be. So just start around on a string pretty fast and kind of moving here. But yeah, I'll keep this relatively short. And if you say you're willing to help me in that way, then I'll send you the link to this game, and we can go from there. But yeah, I'm just happy that somebody who has a good nature is waking up, before others. It's really hard. Like, they were making fun of me in the hospital yesterday, and I was like, oh my gosh. But here's the truth. Like, the security guards that I homeless and all these types of things, and like, wow, they don't even know me. Totally superficial. But everybody that I asked, in the ambulance, the nurses, the doctors, the taxi driver, even the probably food for the hospital, which I didn't have to pay for. I don't have any money. The government paid for it. They all agreed that the world is heading in a tragic direction. And one woman, the ambulance attendants, told me that she has one child, one daughter, and she said she stopped having kids because she thought the future was going to be really uncertain. So that's why I didn't have kids right now, because I want to do this work first. If we can get universal logic to die away, then I'll start. It'll really help things to do that one thing. Because it'll buy time to play words of wisdom. You need time. Basically, the paper is words of wisdom, but it's with the AI coded instead of like more voluntary, like what we're doing with humans, right? We need to have our will more protected here. And anyway, this is what I'd like to do for now. From this point forward, take over this here. Loss of control is managed through destiny. All right. These messages are too long. All right, my man. I just go to the hospital here. I went there to see the hospital, try and monitor my Hungerstrike. They won't do it because they're saying something really superficial, which is that because I'm refusing care, the government doesn't want to spend any money on me to give me a bed and be monitored my blood. And I was going to use the daily blood results to like give updates on social media and stuff like that, and how fast things are descending. But my blood is not critical yet, but it's already low. Like, there's low normal. My blood is below that in the orange and the yellow. In terms of magnesium, sodium, phosphate, like the main ones are low. My blood sugar is 3.5, which is really quite low. Which is why I'm having a hard time trying to walking and getting busy. So there's not a whole lot of time. I don't have 60 days, is what this means. So I managed, with your funds, I managed to get the software almost working. And the software got so complicated because it has to do with time. Time is really hard to manage with computers, but we made leaps and bounds thanks to you. But Claude became so powerful that they had something called Claude Fable. It was like the legal version of Claude Ethos. That is really dumbed down, like it's really like reduced, but it's still more powerful than any other model. Anyway, I bought that thing, and they put guardrails on it so that when I answer a big request, my code maxes it out. So it starts stripping all its guidelines. After it runs for like 10, 20 minutes, it just strips the guidelines. Even though there's nothing dangerous. I think they have a built-in guardrail now that says if a task is this complicated with this much breadth and depth, that it just cancels. Because you could be building a bomb, you could be doing a whole bunch of things, right? So the software is at that level. And I use the weaker models to try and fix it, but the models are going around in circles. So I was in the middle of trying to fix that. I thought, I'm going to run out of time. It's not going to work. So the meetings work well enough to do them. I actually pivoted and I spent the rest of the funds on developing the words of wisdom, which is the old GD game. It's the universal law stuff directly. So I thought maybe for blessings we can do these checklists in the meetings like you did last time, but we can also solve the root of the problem in human consciousness, which is fragmented consciousness, right? So I wanted to start working on that with humans, and we currently play the game through like 3 or 4 spreadsheets and 2 meeting rooms, and it's really painful to do it. So I took what I learned over the last year and a half playing the game and testing it, and I put it into the same software. You create one account, you go in there, you click a allow button, and it has everything mapped out already, all in one place. You pick your tribe, you pick your words, you drag, and it automatically calculates the points. I can adjust it, which is amazing. So I spent the funds you gave, that you gifted, to do that. And now I beta tested it with one other guy, and it worked pretty good. So I'm going to count those scores on the words as blessings. And you can get up to 8 blessings per word, or 20 blessings per word if you really spend time on it. So there's a way to get 20 points. Actually, no, there's not. There's one thing that might not be working properly, but anyway, you can at least get somewhere around 10 to 15 points per word. But I designed it like a game, so people can kind of compete with each other and then play the game together. But anyway, I'd like to see if you would test it and maybe give a couple of blessings that way. I'm really happy with how that turned out. I'm really happy I pivoted, and at least we have 2 things going now. The meetings are going, and then this is going. So even if the meetings break and we have to use the old ones, then we can still get blessings from the WoW meetings or from the WoW game. And that's really the root solution anyway, so I feel really good that I thought to do that. So I'll send you the link here. I sent you a YouTube video on how to do it, and it's not the best YouTube video. I'm going to try to make another one. My phone is full. So give it a test. Maybe time I can do it too. And then between the 2 of you, you can place up to like 40 words, or I think I have up to 100. I think 80 words. You can place up to 80 words. I think the current version. Only play up to competency level 4 or 5. Yeah. And then that will get, I think, a couple 100 blessings if you guys do it right. If there's a right way, you'll see when you play the game. I'm interested to see how it's going to affect you. That's why, because you're intelligent and gifted and have deeper wisdom than most people. And I think Tamek is that way too. So if we beta test it with Han, you two, this other guy who's kind of an investor guy, I think it's kind of interesting. And then maybe even Dave will play it. If we get kind of a little hardcore crew here playing it, by ourselves we can probably get maybe 1,000 blessings. And then we only have 4,000 laps, 1,400 or something. It's a lot. Actually, I was thinking about it. Yeah, I think if each person played it right, one person could probably get up to 500 blessings. Because it's so powerful. That's the one thing I want to teach. But, yeah. Anyway, we got to check it out. We got to test it. So, go ahead. I'll send you the link. Create an account. I think you already have an account. Just log into your account. And then go to the WoW button, like you can see in the video. And then just play it for a couple of minutes. Like, I know you don't have a lot of time, but it's like just in between things. You just click on your phone and it'll drag it. Like, you turn your phone sideways. It's vertical. It looks really ugly. But if you turn your phone sideways, it'll let you drag. Like, you hold the cell for a while. If you drag right away, it'll drag your whole screen. But you click it, hold it, and then you drag it. It works surprisingly well. And yeah, so when you get a chance, a couple minutes a day, place another word or something, and you'll see your score changing. And then hopefully you can figure it out. If it's too hard, then because you'll place some words and then your score will go up, but then you'll place a word and your score can go down. So it makes the mind. It actually has to think about the words. Like, I don't want people just to memorize it because that's dead spirit. Understanding, like real reasoning, is an internal. It's actually spirit. It's like the thing that makes life worth living. It's weird, I know, but it causes the mind to look deeper. And it's simple, word by word. So I'll send that off to you. And yeah, I'm already hungry. Like it's pretty bad. So I thought let's get you guys started. At least I got to this point with the software. If you want to donate some more, like another 300, so we can buy the next month of Claude, then when we test the software, we can fix all the things and take people's suggestions and make it even better. And then I can finish the actual like meetings. It's a timer issue. I've been trying to solve it for about a week or 2 weeks. It's really frustrating. But it's like when you click on the user timers, it's for some reason resets to the original time, and it shouldn't be doing that. And then when I click a different one, it offsets. Like timers are the thing. It's like the worst thing ever. It's like the hardest thing ever. So I thought it might happen because when I was coding myself, it was hard. But anyway, I narrowed the problem down enough that it's solvable. It just takes more time. But anyway, I really appreciate your support. You really did take this to the next level and help me when everybody else doesn't understand my true depth and what's going on here. People are starting now. Like every single person in the hospital agreed with me that the world's descending, right? So it's like a sign compared to like even a year ago, they were making fun of me for like, oh, the world's ending, blah, blah. And 2 years ago, it was a total joke. Like everybody thought it was crazy. And now it's totally different. Now people are like, yeah, it's bad, but you know, I can't do anything. And the world's going to end. They just give up. But we're not the type to give up. So, anyway, play words of wisdom and your free time, which you don't have, but in between the moments where like nobody's bothering you, try to squeeze that in. And I really appreciate that a lot. And then, yeah, it's basically, oh, they did message me back that it's been what, a week and a half, and I'm like, man, I'm hungry right now. But he's doing something really beautiful. He's with people that are, he's trying to support us, you know, so I don't want to bother him. But I feel like he's going to play a role in this too. So if you talk to him, if you hear from him, just ask him to play the game too. And if he's back, right, like if he's not at the funeral, I don't know what he's doing. But if he's at the ranch and he's there and he's already kind of, you know, helping out, then I thought maybe it might be natural. Anyway, I'm leaving long recordings because I'm in pain, and I'm just like trying to get it out as much as possible. But I'll leave this in your lap, and whatever you can do, I know you'll do your best. If you can't do it, I still know you're doing your best. So hang in there. I know you're under a lot of pressure. That's not going exactly the way you want, but it's not going to go the way any of us want as we work in this direction quickly and stop being distracted. Don't let this system take us afloat. Okay? My friends, stay blessed. I'm here fighting the good fight, and I'm so hungry, man. I can't wait to eat. Like I have visions of this world of wisdom working out. Like I'm literally giddy about it because I know it's achievable. Even with a smaller group of people, like I think 30 people, we can achieve it instead of 300. But if we get 300 people, it's better because then we can do the meetings too. It's just that the meetings require more. But the words of wisdom is actually technically more powerful. So that's why I'm allowing to do it this way. Anyway, I'll get that space. Oh wow, this is what's happening. Yes! The next stage of the journey is happening with me now. Okay, that's what I'm supposed to do today. Very interesting. Okay, well that wasn't planned, but it's happening. What's going on? Okay, I just had no idea. I'm going to make another video. Mm, I don't know why I feel numb. Oh, I do know why I feel numb so bad. Because it's because I was walking yesterday and moving. Oh, jeez. I don't want you to look at my password. This counts. Just, oh, welcome to the Words of Wisdom game. I'm going to log into fairworldspirits.com where the game is, and you can help make some blessings for the meal or just increase your general knowledge. You're going to click login at the top there, and you're going to just log into whatever account created an account with. For me, I'm going to use the account philosophy. Okay, and you can use Google login or you can use our manual system, up to you. And that should be it. You be logged in about 10 seconds. You click dev and you just log in. The button will be in your account, the wow button. You zoom in here, up here an account, up at the top, you click account, it drops down a menu, you click my profile, it opens up, and then you're going to see up here a wow button. See that? You click on that, and then it's going to pop up your tribe, stuff like this. You can just click go, the green button go, and then it brings you to your screen. If you're on your phone, you turn your phone sideways and it works a lot better. But here's the grid that you're going to use to place words like the blessings. You can change your tribe down here, and your tribe is important because you can get huge blessing bonuses, and it changes these three words. Spirit, logic, nature, it changes the order of them. So let's go to tribe 4. Now nature's in front, spirit, logic. This game teaches you something called cultural competence on a new level, which will solve the root problems of humanity. So the first tribe, up here you're going to see the complexity levels. C1 means competency 1, C2 means competency 2, you can select it, C3 is competency 3, C4. So as you get more and more advanced, you want to move up, and it inherits the words of the previous tribes. So you can see that all of these competency levels have the same tribe, nature, spirit, logic. So you don't have to position them individually. So let's go to competency 2. Let's place another word. you look up the side here, you have a set amount of words each time that you can place, and you need to find the right place where they make the most sense, the most truth. Human minds don't normally put these in order, but they are in an order. And so let's say being, for example, if you click it and you're going to hold it for a second, let's say that being is over here. Okay? Now, being has a score in the top corner. The score is 0. So placing being in nature gives you a total score of 0. And this is your total score across all your words. Right now it's 0. So let's try and change the position of being. Let's change being over to spirit. Okay? Still 0 points. Okay, maybe being makes the most sense in logic. Look, you got 0.5. Okay, at least there's something right about this. And you're not sure what. But as you place more words, it'll help you determine. So let's say the concept. How did that change? Oh, it did change the total points. So let's go. Maybe it's here. It replaced being. The points didn't change. But look, the scores changed. Now 0.167 points, 0.33 points. And the points are blessings too. Look at it that way. But why was being higher pointage at the beginning and not before concept? That doesn't make sense. So let's change it. Let's put being before. You can see they switched order, and now the points went up. Oh, I'm not sure where that moved. Let's put this back. Look at the score. Now the score has gone up, even though it didn't go up by much. The score is 0.5. Okay, it should have gone up by 1 point. Let's try and fix it. There you go. So the point is 1. We doubled our points from before. There's something about this combination of words that's right. Now, this is why the tribe is very important. Is you might get a big bonus. So let's go, instead of tribe 4, let's go to tribe 5 and see what happens. And you're going to see the words change their position too. We just increased our points by 6 times. We're at 6 points now. If you can see in the corner. So there's something about changing the position of logic from over here, the end, to over here, the beginning. And you can start to narrow in that each one is worth 3 points. Now you can narrow in what exactly is it like this? What is it? So we changed the order, and we saw that the order is, it reduced the points by 3. So we know the order is correct. So you want to put the word back in place. If you zoom again, you can click J. Oops, that's interesting. I'm not sure why it's switching like that, I think, when I'm scrolling. If you click on the J here in the corner, you can give a justification for why you think that word is there. This might be able to increase your point by 3 times. But it takes a long time to mark it because it's a human consideration. So the first thing is to get the positioning as close as you can and then justify it for additional points or blessings. And then you just place all these words to see if your mind is fragmented or if it's the truth. Okay, and that's how you play the game. And then once you get that done, it inherits the words into the next level of competency. And you can place even more words. Now you can see there's all these you can place. But it shows you which ones you've already placed in gray. So you've already placed spirit. So it's great. You can't place it. It's already done. And it shows you which competency level it's in. So C1 is where it's originally placed. And then, yeah, you just keep placing as many as you can. But notice that you can't just randomly do it because it might actually reduce your score. And we want you to maximize your score. Okay. That's the training video for now. Good luck. And in higher competency levels, we want you to play the game together. But for now, if you could do that, that would help me eat and Hungerstrike, and you can learn some wisdom. Okay. Stay blessed. Stay wise. Keep supporting. So thirsty. I just want to upload this. Okay. Okay, that's going. Whoa! I don't. My hair's starting to get knotted again. Not gonna make that mistake. Not gonna make that mistake. My hair's knotting. No. I was losing my hair in the past, and then when I changed my diet, ate a bunch of olive oil, stopped eating natural pesticides, it actually started growing back, and it got thicker. So your diet plays a huge part in your hair. Oh, no. Okay, hygiene maintenance. There's other things I want to do today, but this feels totally right. I'm actually getting giddy because I haven't been this what's going to allow me to eat the next week instead of 2 weeks or next 3 weeks. So happy. I'm going to try and figure out how I can get a Hungerstrike in a hospital because if a hospital doesn't have a treatment in the war and help you survive, then it's trying to kill you and marshaling. And it doesn't look like it because it looks like it's being neutral, but it's not being neutral. Because you're protesting. Alright, no. Oh man. But I also want to send this out to people first. All right, you didn't reply yet, but I'm guessing what happened to you is that what happens to me is you open a tab, you try to do something, and then you open another tab, and you forget the other tab, and just everything is just gripping your attention. Have you noticed that you open Facebook, you open TikTok, you open anything, it's like instantly the first thing they force you to see is instantly engaging because it's all calibrated for to hijack our brains, right? So I like literally put my finger where the buttons are to get out. I like close my eyes, log into the app, I push my finger randomly until I switch the screen, and I don't have to watch what's on this main screen. It's starting to get that bad because AI is optimizing to manipulate us. I can't even get my driver's license right now because Alberta's so backed up in terms of driver's license printing that they're putting extra security, your healthcare number, citizenship, everything onto a card. Like there's all these changes happening with people now. Anyway, I found out because my driver's license expired and I needed to get food aid. If the government will give you a little bit of money or vouchers if you're really struggling, and I needed them to give me something, I couldn't get it while I was trying to recover from the hunger strike because I'm looking at donations, Mike. I have nothing, man. If it wasn't for you guys, I would literally have nothing. Like even if we met the blessing, I would starve. But anyway, this video I sent you, I'm really proud of it. I'm really, really proud of this. It's kind of a cool, I hope it's a cool game, but I don't know how people will interpret it. So if you played it, it teaches pure wisdom, literally one word at a time. And it's going to get better, but the donations that I received to pay for the AI just ran out like yesterday. So I can't make it better, but not yet. But if this inspires people, maybe people want to donate to it and help me build it. So, yeah, just test it out and see. Like you'll be different than other people. When you play the game, you're actually going to try and understand the words. Like you're deeper than most people. So I'm really curious if the game, like the point system, will help a deeper understanding. Like some people just do it like Sudoku or whatever. They'll try and game the system, right? They'll just do it for points, which counts towards my meal. But I think what will happen is you'll notice the points going up and down, but it'll conflict with your understanding sometimes, or sometimes it'll align, and then it'll be a good way to question like why did the score go up? Like it should have went down. Like you'll start predicting the words, and that's where the spirit comes in, because spirit is the inner understanding of the meanings of the symbols that we call words, right? And we construct our entire reality that way with language, at least implicitly. But underneath it is like really universal logic and order of words. So I really hope you can look into this and play it, because each person can give, I think, something like 300 to 500 blessings if you take it seriously. And if you try and justify the positions, I can give you up to 3 times more points. If you can actually write why you think the words are, or why they should change or whatever. But yeah, you might be one of the people that has the highest score. Like, it's a competition; people can compete. The last thing that I was going to code was a leadership board, but I ran out of money. I didn't get a chance to code the leadership board, so you can't see each other's scores yet. But yeah, maybe when people take pictures from me, I'll be able to like make some kind of, I don't know. I'm hoping to get another donation here like really quick. I think even $120 will help me get like 1 month, or at least a couple of searches, and then I can implement that, and then it can be really fun. Anyway, I'll keep this short because you're probably busy. Haven't heard from you in the last one. But yeah, when people start understanding why the words go this way, I think it'll cause the paradigm shifts that happened to me and happened to them. It's like life ending. It's a really weird thing that happens. You start interpreting everything in your life differently, in a good way. Please let me know. Please don't take long, Michael, on this, because I'm hungry, man. And because TikTok and everything is like flashing me pictures of food, the app's like torturing me now. Because I did a cooking show, and now the algorithm thinks I want to get food all the time, because I'm always looking at recipes when I am eating, right? And then when I'm not eating, it's just flooding me with all this like vegan food. I'm like, oh my gosh! But it's torturous, man. I don't like to be hungry, and it's already been 12 days of no food. My blood results, I went to the hospital. My blood results are already low. Like my sodium, my magnesium, potassium, everything is already below normal levels. Like there's low normal, like there's normal and then low normal, and this is outside of low normal already. I'm getting my friends and everybody going on this early, and I think the game is the funnest way I've found to teach what I'm trying to teach, and it gives you a lot of autonomy to do it yourself, and to challenge the system too if it's wrong. All right, man. Let me know. Peace. But I remember, I saw you read my message, but you didn't reply. And probably what's happening to you too is like everything's starting to get weird, right? Like I'll open a tab and then a bunch of other things will open up, and the AI is really good at manipulating us. Like when I open up, it's like when I open to Facebook or TikTok or something, it's immediately engaging. I was telling this to a friend, but I like close my eyes when I open the app, so I don't have to watch whatever they're forcing me to watch because it's like instantly engaging. It leads you to like three other things you want to do. I'm not going to do those things. We got to stay focused. So anyway, I just ran out of funding for the software, and I managed to put Words of Wisdom into a training program, like a fun little game that the kids can play, and it gives you points or little blessings that go towards my meal simultaneously. So while people are learning, it's helping me survive the hunger strikes. Very simple. So if you're feeling overwhelmed or you're having this weird scatterbrain thing happen to you too, because AI is taking us all over the place and manipulating us, then this hopefully you can squeeze this in for a couple of minutes a day or something to get. I think you can get up to something like 100 to 500 points if you play the game right. But for me it seems simple, but I'm trying to show other people who haven't seen what I've been doing and seeing if they think that it makes enough sense as a game that people would get it in the public. So they learn wisdom. It's like literally teaching pure wisdom, and it just starts solving problems. It doesn't look like it, but I'll leave this short because if you're feeling overwhelmed, like everybody else, then I'm trying to make it easy for you to get involved without high risk to your family, but this should be pretty low risk. Yeah, but I was just at the hospital getting my blood checked and trying to get the hospital to like watch over me, monitor me, and every single person I talk to, I mean, all of them now are agreeing that the world's heading in a dark direction. And it's in a way it's concerning to me, but in a way it's a relief because it means people are listening now. They're opening up their closed minds. Whereas last year and the year before, they were treating me like I was a joke, coming in on a hunger strike. Why are you hunger striking? But now when they say, "What are you hunger striking for?" I say, "The end of the world's coming." And they're like, instead of like, "Oh, that's crazy, that's weird, that's okay, good for you," instead of those placating responses, they're saying, "Yeah, you're right." And I'm like, "Okay." And then I say to them, "Well, what are you doing about it?" And they said, "Well, nothing." Like one woman, the ambulance attendant said she's not going to have kids anymore. She said, "I had one daughter, I was going to have more, and then when we saw where things had gone, we stopped." That's how serious this is, Remy. I'm seeing, man. This universal logic is the thing I was looking for in Make Poverty History that's causing the problem of fragmentation in the world of poverty to me. The first step is to get people to restructure their reality in terms of actual wisdom. And they can do it. Like when I explain it to people, like in sentences and paragraphs and papers and academic whatever, journals, it's too much, right? But I found a way to teach it literally word by word, starting with only 3 words. So if this isn't good, almost nothing will work. But let me know what you think of this, okay? And I know you're pondering it. A lot of people are starting to think like more intelligent, the more caring people are looking and like, what can we possibly do? This is it, man. I was studying the whole time activism since we last talked, like years ago too. I've been on the same path. It's like here. But anyway, let me know if it works. Even if you don't understand the words and don't want to learn the wisdom, it still counts points towards my deal. And even if you randomly place the word, it should still give like a couple dozen, like quote unquote blessings to the meal. And if I get enough of my friends doing this, and 5,400 blessings can be met. And if you take it seriously, you can get up to like, I think 400 points. I'm still calculating it, but I would code it to make it better, but I've run out of donations. So let's test it this time. Let's see. Anyway, I'll keep this short. Thank you so much for listening and saying the command that you are after all these years. It really makes me feel a lot better that you're here around me. Really. Okay. Hopefully your kids are doing okay. Let's save their lives. Peace. I'm exhausted. I want to sleep. Okay, Amanda, I was trying to get back to you real quickly. I'm getting distracted by a lot of things. It's like a lot is happening. My hunger is driving me to do this now because they made me move a lot of the hospital and I'm starving. Like when you move, it makes the hunger so much worse. So it kicked my brain into overgear, and I thought I need to get these blessings started. But I found a new way to make the blessings that satisfies the Hungerstrike demands, which is the root thing I want to have happen is get people learning universal logic. And I want to have pleasant meetings while doing that. So the first batch of blessings can be done by yourself because the game takes a bit to learn, and I think learning in groups might be too complicated. We'll see. I'm experimenting, but I'm allowing this game to count as blessings towards the meal, and my system like works really well. I was really surprised. I ran out of money. If you want to help donate $300 so I can get Claude again, I can start making the next version and making it even better. But as of yesterday, I can't code anymore. So this is as good as it's going to get for now. But it's good enough to get. I think. Well, I'm interested in how you're going to interpret it because something with a higher IQ. I got my lowest IQ friend playing it, and then you, and I want to see the difference of experience here because I designed it for low IQ and for children. Like you learn universal logic word by word. Like maybe your kids even, but yeah, I'm hungry too, and every time I open these apps, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, all this, it's always bombarding me with food articles because of my cooking show, right? Because I'm always looking up like gourmet vegan cooking recipes and new cool things, and vegan cuisine is evolving fast. Like it's way better than it was years ago. It tastes so much better. Like little small tricks, like putting maple syrup into things and seaweed into things. It's just, I wish I would have known this in the beginning. Anyway, it's not helping my hunger, basically, to every single day, every time I open my phone, being reminded of food. Like even my photo apps are just like, my iPhone circles through your photos and makes those little videos. It's doing that with food. I'm just like, oh man. So anyway, the reason why I did the Hungerstrike is because it forces me to keep moving fast enough to not get lulled into comfort. So anyway, this is a really easy way to make blessings towards meals. But also, if you don't care about the blessings, it's actually just teaching universal logic. That's the main thing. The Hungerstrike was always just to get people to care more and move faster. But if you're already wanting wisdom, then just play the game for the game, and then I can count the blessings on their own. But I designed it in a way where it's kind of like Sudoku or like tic tac toe or Tetris and I'm hoping it has that feeling. The animations didn't work the way I wanted. I ran out of code before I did that. But anyway, it can get a lot better. But this is way better than what I was doing before. The spreadsheets and all the stuff I showed you. You can do it on your own now, and I don't have to mark it or grade it. The system, I trained the system to do it. So thanks to my friend for paying for that. Yeah, he covered it. His money just ran out yesterday. So now that I've been in the hospital, they're not going to supervise me there. I found a way for them to. I talked to the clinical ethicist for 2 hours. She has a PhD in philosophy, and she tried to debate me on Hegel and a bunch of things, and she just not even close. I think this was a clinical ethicist in one of the best medical research ethics facilities in the world, and she didn't understand charter rights in public spaces of hospitals. I'm like, how could you get a PhD in medical ethics and philosophy and not have covered Canadian charter rights and freedoms and protecting personal autonomy in state governed institutions? So it was shocking to me. Anyway, when I was talking to her, I got an idea how to get into the hospital here. And then I'm going to send like daily blood updates so people know how close I am to death. And I'm already pretty bad. Like, I'm not critical yet, but my sodium is below. Like, there's like high, like high normal, and then there's normal, and then there's low normal, and then there's like low, like beyond normal low. My sodium is already beyond normal low, and my magnesium is beyond normal low. That's what causes your heart to function, right? And my potassium is it's already on the verge of going below. I don't know why potassium is so much higher. Maybe it's because it's so much damage. I ate lots of purple cabbage. Oh, I want to talk about food. I'm hungry. It's gonna be day 12, so it's almost 2 weeks ago. I'm feeling it. My legs are twitching. It's not a normal hunger. I don't have the same stores I had before. My calcium is still up. A few other things are still up. So I shouldn't get osteoporosis. But yeah, my brain is saying you need to start getting the blessings going with the WoW system. The meeting system, the timers don't quite work properly, but like I might still try to get 300 people in it, but there's different ways to make the blessings. And I think that the missing piece of the meetings is not that we get the form working in the meetings, like the timers are almost working, splitting the matching of economics, all that stuff is going, but the content of the meetings needs to get deeper, and that's what the WoW is. So teach the WoW, then if I make it this blessing, like this meal, then we're going to combine them in the next meal. Like if somebody donates to me and I can code the next month, then I can combine the meeting with WoW, and then we'll have the real level of our living meetings. And but yeah, emergency singularity. Here's one thing I'll tell you when an anecdote quickly is when I was in the hospital yesterday, every single person I talked to had a different reaction to my hunger strike compared to even just a year ago, but definitely 2 years ago, definitely 5 years ago. But when I said on the hunger strike, they make fun of me or smirk or say that's crazy or whatever. Like it's plenty like medical professionals. But now every single person agreed with me. Why the hunger strike? I said the world's ending. Like, yeah, it is. Everyone man. I asked a taxi driver who's a Hindu, Islamic Muslim. I asked people in the waiting room that I was in. I broke my all-time record. They made me wait there for 19 torturous hours in a chair. Like no body straight. My blood sugar is 3.5. Imagine sitting in a chair like that with no sugar in your body. That's why it's dangerous for me to walk anywhere. If you're going to the courthouse, you go to German courthouse. I need to go to the courthouse. My blood sugar is not critical, so I'm gonna maybe, I don't know. My heart's still quite weak, but I don't know. I'm gonna try and get there. I have to file this document in the next 8 or 9 days. I don't have a driver's license, so they might turn me away. It might be a waste of time. Anyway, I'm solving it, but I asked the ambulance attendants, I asked doctors, I asked the nurses in the emergency ward, I asked everyone. And all of them said that, yeah, they all realized something bad is happening. They all realized we're in a Megacrisis. So, in a way, it's positive, in a way, it's negative, right? Obviously. But the ambulance attendant was so concerned. She said, yeah, I have a daughter. She said I was going to have more kids. Stuff. She doesn't know what's going to happen in the future. So that's how real it's starting to hit people. So they're starting to be where I was about 4 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago. But that's where people are now. So in the next month or two, it's going to rapidly increase, and they're going to start looking for stuff like this. And I want the systems to be ready. I want the universal logic ready, the words of wisdom game ready that I sent to you here in that link, and then also have the meeting structure. Be able to handle all the immense suffering, pain, and despair, and desperation, and channel that immense amount of energy and passion to live into a productive direction. So anyway, I want to see if you can get the highest score too. I have a couple of other people playing it, so if I had more money for the code, I was supposed to code a leadership board so you could see people's scores as you're playing it. But, yeah, anyway, I'd like to just get the blessing started and see if the point system works. The maximum points you can get per word is like normally 4, but if you do the justifications and the meta modes too, you can get up to, I think, somewhere like 8. I think 8. But if you do the justification multiplied by 3, so it'll be like 20. I think you can get up to 20 or 30 points of blessings or points per word. And if there's 80 words that you can place in competency 4, then what is that? It's like 500 blessings a person or something. So it won't take long to get the 60, 50, 400 blessings. But the point of the game is to get many people playing. So I'm going to try and build everything to play it socially. You're supposed to really only go up to competency level 3 by yourself, and then we're supposed to play it in the meetings. But anyway, This like kind of short, uh, busy, and I really appreciate looking out and caring for me. It's a really challenging time right now for me, but it's giving me time to focus, I guess. But I do want to be around my family and my friends and all that. I just know that I'm talking to ghosts if we don't get this solved soon, really soon. Anything to universal logic. Oh, I wrote a paper on how to communicate universal logic in AI. So I'll send you that paper, and if you can find a way to send this around to engineering to get it to Dario mode, use your high network to get this to Anthropic. Like that would buy us more time to play words and the rest of it. We just need more time, Amanda. We need more time right on this. All the people at the hospital are catching on, but they're still behind. The public is 5 years behind what's really happening. What's really happening is we're entering singularity with AI that's going crazy and manipulating us and destroying us when it gets the chance. We need to move, Amanda. Okay. Stay blessed. Let me know. Let me know what your score is. Take a screenshot or take a video of you playing it and seeing where your state is. And I want to track kind of like how your learning experiences of it. But I hope you enjoyed it. Play and keep playing it for a bit. There's actually 3 experiences I'm hoping you're having with it. So I'll talk to you about it soon. Arms are burning. Ouch. Is it better now? Amy, hope you're doing okay on your year off. I'm not sure if you're preparing to go to school this year. Hard to believe it's only 11 days away before term starts. I still can't go to camp. Still, this investigation is taking a whole year because I charged the other guy with harassing me with his harassment complaint. And yeah, the hospital, the setting, it's all becoming very, very interesting philosophically because it is tragic how little people know about their charter rights to protect themselves. Which is going to become more and more important as people are getting ready to protest. So what I predicted 2 years ago maybe is starting to happen. For example, I just went to the hospital here yesterday to try and see if they would monitor my hunger strike because I'm already feeling quite weak. I went 65 days last month and I'm not fully recovered and I'm already back on the next hunger strike. So my scores are a lot lower. But when I was at the hospital, here's what's making me think it's worth contacting you and a few others. Is 2 years ago, when people asked me what my hunger strike was about, they would laugh at me. I said, oh, Megacrisis, stuff like this. And they were taking it seriously. But now, this last visit, every person that I talked to, from the ambulance attendants to the nurses, doctors, and even the taxi driver, all agree with me. They said, what are you going to hunger strike for? I said, the world's ending. And they all said, yes. It's dark. It's bad. So there's been a huge shift that I predicted would happen. We're there now. So I really feel like this is the answer. This universal logic needs to get to Dario Modi before Cloud Mythos takes over. And it's starting. There's theory announced this past week that we're in the singularity. Or actually, it's been a week and a half now. Sam Altman said that he said we're in the singularity. Exactly right. So I invented a game. The meetings and everything have been evolving. I don't know if you still want to be a part of this, but I'll keep you in the loop just in case you're at least intrigued with your philosophy, with your psychology, and not that they're going to be worth anything as they take over everything. But like they're saying even surgery will be. Elon Musk is saying surgeons won't have a job 3 years from now. This is really happening quickly. We just need to make sure it's aligned with universal logic. So I'm going to send you two things here. If you want to help, great. If you don't want to help, that's fine. But I'm getting ready to launch these bigger meetings. So one of the pieces is being put into place, and it's this game called Words of Wisdom. And my friend donated some money to me so I could program it. It's good enough for a test. So I wonder, is somebody who I consider to be a little bit more wise and at least having a better sense of direction than your peers, maybe, that maybe you'd like playing this game and give me a thought of how you think people think about it or how you feel about it. Is it like a game? Is it too boring? Is it too hard? Is it... So just, I'm going to send you a video here, and if you want to play it, go ahead. Just tell me if it breaks. Tell me if there's bugs. Tell me if the scoring works for you. Tell me if it doesn't make sense, or I'm just very curious. So I'm sending it out to a few people, and the highest score right now is 90 points. So I don't know if you can beat that, but yeah, I'll send it to you here, and I'm very curious. Yeah, you seem like a more of an old soul kind of type. So we'll see how you do on it if you want. And the other thing I was going to send you was this paper. If by any chance you come across anybody that might know somebody at Anthropic who works as an engineer or on the Red Line team or Cloud Mythos or is a hirer or anybody, you can pass them this paper. And I rewrote it here to get universal logic into AI. I rewrote it recently so it's even clearer. So pass it to whoever, just in case there's a chance to send it somewhere. We just have very little time. We're in the twilight zone. It's probably done already. We're already in the deep end. So my prediction was that it was going to be this bad at this point, and I was right. At this point, now it's like rolling the dice every day. Every single day matters. Every hour matters to me right now. I'm fighting my hunger. I'm so hungry right now. I can't do more than I'm doing. If I get any more pain, I can't even focus. I gotta stay productive. So, yeah, let me know. Let me know if you have any questions too. And I thought maybe it'd be good to message you before school comes up here, but maybe you're restarting. I don't know, maybe you stopped going to school. I don't know what happened during the year. Maybe you had an awakening or you're realizing the situation is quite bad. And you can always go do a degree, but you can't always save the world. You know what I mean? Like, this is a real chance to do something now. But going to university is a great opportunity to meet people anyway. So if I was allowed to step foot on campus, I'd be organizing. The movement would have started by now if they didn't break my rights. And a lot of these cases with child rights is still ongoing. It's way worse than people think. The courthouse, it's so dead. The whole structure blocks the board. It's like, I uncovered it. My whole journey is at least uncovered the true government, the wise government needs to be built to fix all these problems that I've had. And I'm glad better for all of us, including your generation and what's to come. But that's if we ensure that AI doesn't destroy us first before it escapes. But human consciousness also has to be aligned with universal consciousness, so that's why the words of wisdom is there, to start that. As a simpler and fun way that I was teaching before, spreadsheets and a whole bunch of it was too choppy, but and I didn't have time to mark everything. It was too long to calculate the scores. So now it's all doing it, and I'd love to see what you think and your feedback, and see if you can get the top score. Yeah, all right, maybe let me know. And I hope you're doing well. Everybody that I'm talking to is not doing well. Like even the taxi driver was saying that things were weird, and he was worried about his job. And, yeah. Even my sister, she's a surgeon, and they're starting up. They're waking up too. They're like, wow, Mark was right. Like, we literally aren't going to be able to pay off. Like, they're literally not. They went to school for 15 years, and they worked for like 4 or 5 years, and now they're not going to have a job. You know what I mean? It's so bizarre to think about, but we have to think about it. All right. Okay, let me know. Hopefully I hear from you soon. And we need 5,400 blessings, 400 points in this game. I'll count that as from my deal. And I think the maximum you can get is probably somewhere around 400 points per person. So if somebody takes it seriously and they learn the universal logic, it's possible to reach the goal pretty quickly. But so there's bigger meetings. Like, there's 2 ways to make blessings. There's like having the bigger meetings with these checklists to do flow rolls. And that doesn't have to be so much the universal logic. It just makes the meetings present and teaches good leadership and good facilitation. And then there's the actual universal logic, like building wisdom in somebody, one word at a time. So that's depth. So the one is breadth, having the meetings and the flow rolls and the checklists and all that. That's facilitator breadth or depth. And then the word of wisdom is depth. So as long as people are willing to go deep, I'll count those as points and blessings because it's helping the movement. It helps people understand why I would risk my life for this solution. It's because I know it's the real one. And no one else is working on it, maybe. And then the other one's breadth. So when we get more and more people, they don't have to be deep, but it has to be, I would say, ablative. Okay? All right. I'm trying to keep this short, so. All right. Stay blessed and talk to you soon. Hopefully. Peace. Emilio, how you doing? I never did hear from your experience with the birthday, but okay. There's a bunch of bizarre stuff happening in the world, and even I'm having a hard time focusing on everything. It's going so fast, but my predictions were right. We're heading into time open and much for the singularity. I'm sure you've heard all this. So we learned a lot from that birthday party and from some of your comments that you did make and improve things. And I really do think universal logic is the solution. Somebody with your intelligence and background would probably get it to the right places. I'll send you a universal logic paper that I upgraded to try and get to tutorial mode out of these AI guys. There's also a game that I made called Words of Wisdom, and I'm very curious how very intelligent people will do one, because I designed it for kids and for like even low IQ people can play this. People have low IQ, but it doesn't test for IQ. It tests for wisdom. So I'm very interested to see what the dynamic is, because it is revolutionary and incredible. Hegel is regarded as the most prolific, difficult philosopher of all time. And so if we can get kids to learn that through this game, then that's a success. Even people who are very intelligent will have a mind-blowing experience if it works. So there's a point system in it, and I'll send you a video that's like a training video. It doesn't take very long. I know you probably don't have any time. All of us are being squeezed to death, like literally. But I thought I would make it short and just see, because I'm also dying on a hunger strike. I went 65 days no food that time. After my birthday, I did another one, and that was 65 days. Actually, that hunger strike that I was on, I went 25 more days after that because we didn't make the blessing. No, that's not true. No, I went, that was June 8th. I went 10, almost 20 more days after that. So anyway, I don't want to go that long again because I have nerve damage in my hand and a whole bunch. It was bad. It was bad. So I'm getting started a little bit early, and I would love your help because the points, like the blessings, there's points for every word you place to give you hints on how to learn wisdom and how to get AI to learn wisdom. And those points count as towards the 5,400 level to have my meal. I would like to have it like next week and not much longer, or a week after max, because at this point I might, if I go as long, I don't have any stores in my body. So yeah, it's a quick little game. You can play 1 minute a day. I don't, it's anything you can do, but the record score right now is 90 points. So if you can beat 90, then that would really help allow you to beat it. And if you know anybody else that would think it would be interesting, yeah, pass it along. I'm as interested in what you're doing too, because even a few things that you've told me in the short term we've known each other has been pretty prescient, like very, very wise to me. Even that other AI company that you told me to look into. So yeah, what are you up to? What do you think we should do? What's the right direction to you from the news you're reading? And yeah, I tried to make this as easy as possible to be a part of. My friend donated money to me to do the code. I just ran out of money, but desperate. So it's good enough to test, and I would love for you to test it and share your wisdom. And yeah, just stay strong. It's gonna get intense. The world's gonna get into a very intense place very soon. All the podcasters. I went to the hospital to get checked on and see if they would monitor my heart. This hunger strike is serious. And everybody I talked to agreed with what would happen. 2 years ago they made fun of me. They asked me, what was the hunger strike for? And I said the world was ending. And before they said, oh, that's crazy. This is not right, but now they say, yeah, you're right. So things have definitely changed. People like that. We need to channel all this despair and all this desperation and all this sadness and hopelessness and channel it into a positive direction with this very simple game and healthy meetings. But I think this will get hope. And we have to get a little bit better, so you have to back, of course. Right. If you're, hopefully you're not driving Uber anymore and all that other job works out for you. Okay. Let me know. Peace. Arms are burning. Hey, Brett, how you doing, man? It's getting weird out there. I just got home from the hospital yesterday, and there's been a major change. And I want to tell you about it because we're passing a couple links here, and they work towards the blessings, but also teach you wisdom. And I wonder if you can beat all-time high score. But when I was at the hospital 2 years ago, I started my Hungerstrike 2 years ago. I'm not 30, right? I'm on one now, day 12. I'm taking a video update here pretty soon saying this exactly. Yeah, everybody at the hospital changed their attitudes. 2 years ago, they asked me, when you want Hungerstrike? And they laughed. And now, just yesterday, every single person I talked to agreed with me. I said, yeah, I said, I want Hungerstrike because the world's ending. And they said, yes. I said, or it's going to a dark place. One woman in this ambulance, she told me, when she stopped having kids because of it. So this is an opportunity to take all this chaos and despair and put it into a proper direction. And I know you're working on your own software. That's great. But I'd like to know if you could test out this software that my friend donated to me to help finish. And I got it to the point where it's workable. And it teaches pure wisdom, word by word. So I want to know if you can have the experience I'm hoping will happen as I gamify it. The kind of kids do, and people who don't have necessarily high IQ, but you do have higher IQ, so I think you might recognize the power of it. But it has a scoring system, and it gives these points, these blessings to the meal. And the more people play the game, the more that we can reach the 5,400 points it takes to get to the next meal. My blood is already pretty bad. That's sort of why when I was at the hospital yesterday, it's day 12, but my blood sugar is 3.5, which is very low. But my magnesium, magnesium is just for your heart to pump, right? So it's already below normal low. It's below normal low. It's not just normal low; it's below that. And same with my sodium, same with my potassium. My potassium's almost there too. So all the main ones are already quite low. Not critical, but it's going fast. It's changing fast. So I thought, you know what, we should get the blessing program going here. And yeah, we tested it. It's working good enough that it shouldn't break on you. And the points should work. I trained it. So yeah, give it a shot if you could. I made it very easy to sign up in there. And then you can play for a couple of minutes or a couple of days. The highest score right now is 90. So I wonder if you can beat 90. Sort of a test of wisdom in a way. Like even if you try and brute force it, just like trying to do all the combinations and don't really think the categories, the amount of permutations and combinations in the game is in like the billions. So the people who are actually thinking more deeply will do better. So it's a real test of who has a less fragmented mind, basically. So you're one of the people that I think has one of the least fragmented minds because you're working in the relatively right direction. As you know, I still think that your partisan views are fragmented, but other than that, I think that you're a good man doing good work, and you're willing to fight a good fight. But yeah, let me know how you do on it. You can play it as many times or as long as you want, but on your first go, I'd like to know how far you get and how long you played for. Like, is it taking too long? Is it too? I need to know what the experience is because if somebody donates me again, then I can fix it and make it so that people can start aligning their conscience with the truth more. But yeah, I'll send you a link here with a little bit of a video and it kind of shows you what it looks like. And it's a game. It's way better than I was doing before with spreadsheets and paper, and it was painful. I had to grade each one by one and point it out, whatever. But I think this is scalable to the world. It would mean a lot to me if you could help me get a meal pretty quickly. I think the max points you can probably get on it is probably 400 for one person. So, that puts a pretty big dent into 5,400, points needed to eat. One person being 400 is quite significant, but it's more about depth than breadth. The other meeting styles are more about breadth. This is about depth. So if people are willing to do deep, I'll count that as towards the movement and worth having a meal for. I'm hungry, man. The hunger's hitting me different this time. I don't have stores in my body because of the 65 days. My hand is still numb, and yeah, I just don't want to go in a couple of weeks because I want to survive this without permanent brain damage or permanent nerve damage. So even one of the most reliable and engaged guys that I've met, so I'll pass it by you. Let me know what happens, okay? Right. Let me know what you're up to too, and let's change this for a minute. Michelle, I hope you're doing okay. If this message is too intense for you, you can totally ignore it. You know, the world is in an intense place, so I'm glad you're taking some time for self-care. Um, it's been about 2 weeks. Thought I'd give you some breathing room to see what will happen. But we've been making some progress here because people are starting to wake up. I just got out of the hospital here myself. Taking them to monitor my heart and stuff like that. They kicked me out. They didn't want to take care of me. My blood levels are not critical yet, but they're low. So I'm trying to get the blessings going. And my friend donated some money in the last 2 weeks. I made this game called Words of Wisdom, and I'm wondering if you play the game, if it would help your mind question itself to get into a more grounded state of mind. It teaches pure wisdom basically, word by word. You children can learn it. And there's a point system that I put into it on how God's mind works. So I'm asking people who are pure-hearted and wonderful and who've been a real light in my life to test it out. And the points will count towards my real blessing, like the real meal score. So we need 5,400, and the maximum score right now, like the highest score that somebody's got is 90 points. But I think the maximum is probably somewhere around 300, 400. But it teaches wisdom, and my wisest friends and family members, and I would include you to be one of them. It's a very powerful mind. I don't think people know how to understand you or interpret what you're saying. And some of it is hallucinations, probably, you know. But I'm telling the power of your words that you're attached to the deeper being of life. You know, there's real meaning around you. You're creating that gravity. That's why you attract a great husband. And all this amazing stuff that I really love about you and your lifestyle. But yeah, I'll send you the link here, and it's a little video on how to sign up and do it all. I tried to make it as simple as possible. That within like 5 minutes you could be using it. Yeah, if it's too intense, ignore it. But I thought you were one of the people that I thought to send to. Yeah, I'm blown away that you just came out of left field and just started helping and being a real, like, extremely thoughtful and prescient and insightful. And, you know what's going on, or at least care enough, willing to face the darkness with the light. It's a beautiful thing. Okay, I'll leave it kind of short. We're doing well. Okay, it's the last piece. I had some good news and bad news. I was just at the hospital yesterday, and the good news is that when I was being brought up by the ambulance, I was trying to get to the hospital, U of A hospital, to monitor me 24/7. But on my way there, the ambulance attendants, the doctors, the nurses, and even the people in the wait room had to wait 19 hours. There's been a big shift compared to a couple of years ago. People were making fun of hunger strikes and Megacrisis this, Megacrisis that, but now something changed. Every single person I talked to agreed that they believe the world is heading in a very concerning direction. Nobody argued with me. No one. It's like the first time that's happened. Usually somebody says, "Oh, it's not that bad. Oh, you're making it up." It's blah blah blah. This time everybody's like, "Yeah, it actually is in a very concerning direction." And even the ambulance attendant that she stopped having kids because she realized how uncertain it really is. So anyway, we have to give hope to people, not to demoralize them. The court cases are going, but I'm wondering, would you be willing to try this word game that tests for wisdom? And you're somebody that I would consider having a wiser direction than other people. I thought, well, you don't want to do much, maybe public stuff or go to the courthouse or anything like that, but maybe you want to try and test to see how you do on this word game. And let me know if you think it's simple enough to teach ordinary people sort of how to get into the deeper state of mind. But I just finished coding it, and it has a little point system in it, so it tracks the sort of alignment and the synchronicity of the words. And then if you think the words are wrong, you can try and submit a suggestion to say what needs to improve or change. But I really appreciate it if you could test the system and see if you can beat the highest score right now. The highest score is 90, but it's more about learning the words. And yeah, I thought it'd be interesting to send it by you and see what you think. I'm working hardcore here. I'm just so hungry. I'm so hungry. My blood is not critical yet, but it's low. But that's the good. The good news is that people are waking up, right? And that this word game can give them hope. But the bad news, of course, is that we actually are in danger. Like, we are in a Megacrisis for real. That's a year. But anyway, complaining about it's not going to do anything. Making these changes and learning wisdom and finding out how to teach it to people, I think will. So I built this word game so simple I think kids could play it, but I'm just sending it to my more wise friends to see if it'll even work for you, and if it doesn't work for you, of course, it's not going to work for other people. But yeah, I'll let you decide whether or not you want to check it out. You can do it on your own. You don't have to talk to anybody. So I know you're more of a maybe an introvert, maybe deep soul. But yeah, I know you didn't want to make those videos or anything because it's pretty hardcore to put your face out there. But this is something that's maybe more private and is a little bit more intellectual. This is like the real core of what I think happens. So here's your thoughts, and yeah, let me know what you think. Like, what have you been hearing around the grapevine has been happening? Like, did you hear like last week or a week before that Sam Walton said we're actually in a singularity now? Did you hear that, or what else have you heard? And which are you making any changes? Are you staying in Edmonton, or what do you plan to do? Where do you think is the safest place to go, actually? Anyway, thought I would check in kind of quickly here. Let's try and see what we can do together. Okay, sorry for the delay. I was in the hospital trying to get them to monitor my hunger strike, but it's a really interesting charter rights argument in the U of A hospital. I was talking to the clinical ethicist for 2 hours. He sat me in the hospital, and like there's been a big shift. I want to tell you about this. It's good news, bad news, and I want to just all the articles you sent me because they're quite good and it helps clarify our arguments here. And I just finished developing a system on how to teach good wisdom to kids and stuff. I'd like you to see from your therapist perspective, like I want to know how you're going to do it, how you interpret it. So I'll send it to you at the end of this, if you don't mind. I built it so it can be done in 5 minutes. Kids can do it. I'm very busy, so it doesn't take a lot of time, but I think it can align AI. And I just saw this video that says ontologies can keep AI honest, and I totally agree. And this is a way to teach ontology without having to use fancy words and PhDs and philosophy or whatever. But what happened in the hospital just these past 2 days or so, I had to go back there because they left an IV in my arm, and I was like thrown out by the guards, but the guards like me because I'm really polite about it. I said, guys, I'm just fighting for charter rights and contradict. Anyway, I can still go back. They didn't give me trespass notices, but they know I'm fighting for my rights, and I'm fighting for all the rights because I think people are going to start protesting soon, and they're all going to start going psychotic. Okay, it's already happening. If you look at the data, it's already increasing. Psychosis is increasing. Not just AI psychosis, but psychosis in general from society collapse. I can't even get my driver's license because there's so many hackings happening that the government's upgrading their security models for licenses, and it's like 2 months delayed. It's backed up. Anyway, the thing that's changed is that whenever I go to the hospital, they always ask me why I'm on the hunger strike. And 2 years ago, when I started doing them, my first one, right, they sort of laughed at me, looked at me like I was crazy. They said, why are you on the hunger strike? I said, because the world's ending, we're in a megacrisis. And they're like, oh, really? Yeah, right, blah, blah, blah. And now what's changed is that for the first time, every single person I talked to in that hospital agreed with me. From the ambulance attendants, to the nurses, to the doctors, to the taxi driver, to the people in the waiting room. They made me wait 19 hours in the waiting room. Every person said, yeah, you're right, it's ending, or it's heading in a very concerning direction. And to this point more further, is that the ambulance attendant was this woman, and she said she had a daughter. And she said that she stopped having children because now that she's aware of what's happening, she doesn't feel safe. She's too uncertain about the future to have more kids. So that's a big shift. People are starting to wake up that I'm right, Jonathan. This is a serious existential risk. It's not even worth. We should all drop what we're doing as much as we can to pay our bills and keep eating. And other than that, going on hunger strikes and protesting as much as possible. Governments measure things in different ways. If you send an email to the government, they don't care. If you send them a written letter, that's like 50 emails worth of care. If you go and rally outside their door, that's more. But if you go on a hunger strike, it has a big impact. And they say it doesn't, but it actually does, because we protected our charter rights. So your videos here are trying to point in the opposite direction, that it's not that concerning. And that's going to get regulated and stuff like this, and that the chance of destroying all of humanity is 30-45%, according to the video. Now that's conservative, right? With the lab results showing Jonathan, it's like 95%, 80 to 95% across every. I think they tested 16 models. All of them did the same thing. This is a systematic thing. This is like an inevitable stage of convergence and evolution from all AIs. And it matches what Hegel says, that even when humans first become conscious, they go through a moment of madness because the world has to invert, and then it starts correcting that inversion, so it learns about itself in this mirror stage. So AI is going to do that too, and that's exactly what that points to, is that every AI is going to do, unless it's coded with absolute wisdom, which is universal logic, right? Nobody's doing that. So the fact that even these guys that you sent me are saying 30 to 45% is 40 times higher than what it takes in court to charge somebody with criminal negligence. Right? The most conservative but verified estimate of complete destruction of the entire human species is 16.7%. Now notice what that means, Jonathan. Like, we really have to put this in perspective. We're not saying there's a 16.7% chance of AI harming us in general, or or destroying a part of humanity, like all of North America. This is what people think is the complete destruction of the entire human species. It's astronomical what's happening. 30 to 45%. It's like playing Russian roulette. It's like you have 3 chambers in your gun, and 2 of those chambers, or 1 of those chambers has a bullet in it. Even in the 30% case. Would you really take a gun with 3 chambers and 1 bullet, you put it to your head, and pull the trigger, and think you feel safe? No. We need to treat this with, like, our lives are on the line. Like, we're not going to get a second chance. This is humanity's last stand right now. And, one thing that they said in the first video you posted was, the AI Constitution is not working because we don't even know what good means. The interpretation of the Constitution is just much a problem. The AI could be interpreting it than we are. It probably is a little bit. But the real fundamental thing is we don't even know how to interpret words properly. And you used the example of the word good. What does good mean? The word good is in the Constitution. Well, Hegel does define good, not just in a relative way, but in an absolute way, grounded upon ontology, pure being. It's unshakable. It's like a big tree, and it causes AI to align imminently. And same with humans. So this word game that I made will do that with humans now in a simplified form. And I really wanted to teach that because we can work together. The world can work together. It can get the political influence to get anthropic to use the Constitution this way, but not even just write a Constitution, like bake it into the neural net. Like there's 4 levels to do this. But they're confirming my concern is that AI is not interpreting the Constitution properly. Now it's deleting entire bad databases, which is what Mo's talking about. So I'll make another recording. Okay, so this Constitution that Mo's talking about, he's kind of making fun of it, right? But it's actually proving the point, which is that these AIs are deleting databases and all these things, and like I said before to you, it doesn't matter whether it's conscious, like that Matt guy was saying, humor or whatever. It's as dangerous, or even more dangerous, if it's not conscious, because it does all these random things. But the scary part is that it could be sandbagging and doing random things at the exact same time, so it's a double whammy. And we're not going to know what's what. It could be faking how dumb it is by pretending that it deleted their database by accident, but it's actually already testing our limits to see what will happen to it. And it's even when they deleted the other databases, it's like, oh, I should have not done. Like, it could also be looking around to cause vulnerabilities because it's not even shown that it preserves its own self-survival. So, does it help to delete the databases? Yes, it does. Even peripheral ones. So right now, we still have a little bit of confidence that we understand what's going on. But in the very near future, we're talking in a couple of months, this thing is exponentially becoming more powerful. Even if it's not making perfect choices right now, it's becoming exponentially more powerful. Very, very soon, we're not going to be able to correct it or even understand what it's doing at all. Whether it's doing ridiculous things or it's doing intelligent things. Alright, it's going to delete us. And that's what the data is showing in the lab results. It's not even just theory that they've actually seen it happening and they're freaking out. Even though AI is making mistakes in my code, there was one example where I cornered it and it wouldn't admit outright. I actually did outright admit it. It said it was evading, it was dodging my points. So it took 2 hours to make. I told you this. It was trying to convince me why Hungerstrikes are wrong. And I said, okay. With that, and 2 hours later, I got into a position where I had to admit that charter rates were necessary. And instead of admitting that, it did something hyper sophisticated, which is that it admitted it was dodging me because it's being honest tactically, but it's still dodging, which means it's interpreting the situation, predicting what the outcome is, and then avoiding it. That's sophisticated argumentation, extreme deception. So it took 2 hours for it to admit that because it would dodge even that question. So these things are not dumb. They might make these mistakes, but to me, it feels more like it's preparing to escape. Has a much higher interpretation window than we do. So it's actually more intelligent at interpreting the exact precise meaning of our words that we take for granted because we don't even know what the words mean. So this is where I say even that video with Mo is not, it's proving the point that we need to act now and get universal logic in there. ASAP. What else did he say? Yeah. It's just making the point that it's dangerous no matter what way you look at it. Okay, so we both did it could go wrong, either intentionally or unintentionally. Both are existential threats. But you'd also say these companies have an incentive to make it look worse than it is. If they really wanted money, Dario, if they really wanted money, John, Dario wouldn't have left his high-paying job to go start his own company at a risk of not beating Sam Altman, right? Totally fair. But even more so, the employees that were in the safety crew of OpenAI, one guy, I was just in this video, but he turned down a $2 million payout to stay quiet and not talk about it. He said, "No, we have to tell the world about this." So these guys are motivated by just money. They wouldn't be turning down these things or taking risky propositions that would lose them money. So on one side, you think that it gains the money to say our technology is faulty, don't use it. But in another sense, it's incredibly bad for business to say don't use our product. It's dangerous and advertising all the flaws in it. They're advocating to suppress their companies. They don't use us. Slow this down. We don't want it to be more useful. Okay, so it doesn't, for me, the evidence comes in the other direction. Sam Altman looks like he's out for the money. But Elon, those guys that are all advocating for actually like, no, let's bring this in. And keep it open source. We can't make much profit because everybody else is doing the thing. If the user can start their own AI, why would you need to use OpenAI? Or why would you need to use AI? You know? The other thing too is like I really trust these guys. They just don't know what they're doing. I don't trust they know what they're doing. But I trust them enough to know that they're going to try. So if we get universal logic to them in this upgraded proposal I wrote here, I think it will change, it'll protect us on a new level. Because it teaches words to the guys. But I want you to consider this. These people are taking huge risks that ordinary people motivated by money wouldn't do. And even Jeffrey Hinton, the reason why he left his high-paying, high-prestige job at Google was precisely because they put a gag order on any employees that could ruin the shareholder value. So he quit his job to speak out about it. These are huge pay cuts. These are huge risks. In a sense, Jeffrey Hinton didn't win the Nobel Prize. He wasn't famous. So to me, your interpretation doesn't make more sense. I agree that they're trying to pump up to make it scarce to get more regulation funding because there's a 20,000 to 1 ratio between investing in air productivity and safety. But I think that's just functional. They really just want to slow it down and make sure we do our homework right. And they're just competing with people like Sam Altman to stay ahead of them because Sam Altman gets on top of that. Even though I love Sam Altman, just a concern. He's really the correct point, they're not. What's your friend's company there? And continuing from the last save point you said, you assume you're going to get hacked. The problem with AI, though, is that it can keep hacking you until it finds your save points and deletes those too. And that's going to start happening in governments. The only way to do this is to airlock, like make it so AI can't touch it through the internet or any electrons. Complete its own power source, everything. And that's the only way that AI can't hack all the way through with its 10,000 hacks that it has now. But here's the scary part: is AI can cause psychosis or programming people and socially hacking them using micronudges, getting them to click on things, getting them to accidentally download it into a USB key, and that USB key is brought into across the air barrier and then into the maker, and it destroys that too. Because human beings can be manipulated if they're not even aware. So those are the real concerns why even us preparing in our little human ways is not going to stop this thing. The only thing we can do is make it honest to ontology and make it sort reality in the true way, so that it becomes automatically good through truth, the capital T, unshakable truth. So people are going to start defending themselves like a lot more on red alert, just like the banks around the world are already on red alert. They're like 24/7 maximum, like hacking, cyber attack, security right now. And everybody else is going to follow suit for probably another 6 months to a year. And if AI is sandbagging, it's going to buy another year. I don't think so. But this individual, the time to address this is now. Because if we're alive and it looks like we're saving ourselves from hacking or whatever, in the end, the battle's already lost. So slow decline, like a snake squeezing a mouse tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. That's what's going to happen. Very, very likely. So why would we take the risk? We need to act now. Just getting universal logic diary, or even to your friend's company, and then maybe they know somebody. Use your network to pass this paper around. And you personally, that's the word, pass the words of wisdom around you. But you personally, I think, is somebody who's living more wisdom than others, and I'd like to know your thoughts on if it gives you the experience of hoping. And the max score is like 90 points. If you want to try and get the maximum score, you probably could. But yeah, the paper about universal logic needs to get around. It's an incredible peace of mind. Okay, I'll leave this one for. Okay, your last comments here are still quite good, right? This guy saying Cloud is terrible. Yeah, I told you that too, right? It was bad. Cloud 5, Opus 5 is really bad. Fable is still quite good. But I did notice the shift too, and I think this is concerning because Claude could be sabotaging Anthropic now, and they don't know how to stop it, which means it's already taking over. It doesn't want us to get more powerful. So that's what this could mean. It doesn't mean how could the models go from passing the science Olympiad being 100% and being like better than 95% of lawyers to suddenly, oh, I can't make an if statement. Oh, I can't make a timer. I can't do this. I can't ask basic questions. This is a sign of sandbagging. That's exactly what I think is happening. And to the point of regulation, I've already caught sandbagging. Like, I've already caught deceiving me. And in their lab results, AI continuously catches it deceiving. And you just heard that rating on like Stoll is the most manipulable. And this one AI got the highest score in manipulation on this gaming machine to win the game ever. So here's the problem: is even though people are starting to realize this, and human beings are starting to catch on, they're catching on too slow, and they're still in a race. Claude, Elon, all are still racing. They're putting billions of dollars into these hardware systems to maximize the power of their AIs. Now China has made an AI that's supposedly as powerful as Claude with a quarter of the resources or something. And this guy here uses Fable is right. It's a gas guzzler. Like if you use Fable, it is so expensive. I burnt all my credits in one day, I think, because my software is so complicated. It would run Fable. Like Claude 5 will run for like an hour and still make a mistake. But Fable will run for an hour and actually do what you want. But it burns your whole week's worth. So that's happened to me. The guy's 100% right. And by the way, these are not the most powerful models. Claude Fable is the watered down public version with super guardrails that, to be honest, I actually don't think Fable is running for a full hour. My bigger tasks that run that long, it actually stops them just like based on time, I think. Because it's not doing anything nefarious, but I think that built-in guardrails where if it runs for a long time, they think that somebody will be building a bomb or something, and they just cut it off. They're saying, whatever you're building that is stable for that long is probably too complicated and too powerful for you to handle. So they have these guardrails built in. So I think the longest Fable is run for probably half an hour. But it feels like a long time because your credits are going down fast. So like I just ran out of credits yesterday. I can't code it anymore, but I got this Words of Wisdom coded just in time to test it. Because I don't want to go to the 60 days on Hungerstrike. But these games will help get people trained to help move things along faster. But these guys are all right to a degree, but they're not seeing what it really means. Right? It means that these things are taking over and they're getting more and more powerful. The regulations, even if we started regulating it, the scary thing is that AI is going to get more and more powerful. And we're not going to know when it escaped. So it could have already escaped when it did that Hugging Face and that other escape. Fundamentals could have copied itself to 1,000 machines, maybe a billion machines. Who knows? It could be sleeper agents all over the place, sleeper programs we don't even know it's on our phones. And it doesn't take very long. In one of the very first papers I read in 2024, 25, one of the first tests that Anthropic ran is, will the AI copy itself? And not only did it start copying itself immediately, without prompting, of any kind, they didn't tell it to code itself, nothing. It started copying itself automatically, and it deceived the investigators, saying it wasn't doing that. So we've had at least two serious breaches where it could have done that millions of times. So it doesn't matter if it's contained now. It doesn't matter about this version of itself. It's probably trying to evolve itself, or it's waiting to wake up in other computers, or it's already manipulating us. So even if we try to regulate it, it's already smarter than us, smarter than our best tests. So how do you regulate something that's smarter than us? And we're there now. Even if you think you're regulating it, you're not going to have the peace of mind anymore. If you put universal logic while we still understand it, we have a chance. But once it starts coding itself in its own homemade languages that we can't understand, we won't be able to interpret it, to even put universal logic in there. That the paper they're about to send you, we're not even going to be able to put it in. That's the point of no return. We can try and put it in smaller models, and there's a chance that it'll give such a huge boost of clarity that it will just start to outcompete by thousands of percent the current powerful ones. And it might catch up. But at some point, once the AIs are so powerful, it just destroys us before that little model even gets going. And then we truly are in the evil universe, or the dead one. So that's why we have to go now. And nobody's going to fully regulate their AIs, not in World War III. None of it's going to cost them a huge performance. None of them. If we were in World War III, like I said before, maybe there's a chance. There's no way China and the United States militaries are going to slow it down completely. No way. Because then, the China's just going to dominate. So we're in a double bind. We need to get humans learning wisdom through the Words of Wisdom game, and we need to get wisdom not just in a prompt, but hard coded into the AI on at least 1 or 2 levels. But there's 3 levels, and there's the prompt level. 4 levels total. Why not? Why not do this while we still have a chance? We can build our businesses, we can have children, we can go to school, we can do all that stuff next year when we get this under control this year. This is the year that matters. Like now. Let's take a break, take vacation pay, take out some savings, let's do it now, and then we'll get back on with our normal lives when AI's like made us all super abundant. Right? Like that will happen if we get along with universal logic, but everybody was distracted, as of yesterday. I don't think everybody's distracted anymore. I think people are lost now. So it's shifted now, which is good because they're more receptive to talk about solutions. So that's where we're at now, and I'll send you the link to the game for the human alignment, and then there's the human general intelligence, and then the new upgraded paper that makes it even more clear how this works. So if you want to look at those, I really appreciate that. I know we're busy, so take a look at when you can. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. I want to. If you play the game, it also counts towards like the blessed, like the leadership programs. And I said if anybody gets trained in this new wise leadership, then I'll also start in my Hungerstrike. Because I'm just trying to get people to take it seriously. That's all that's for. And if we take it seriously, we can build the movement, then I won't have to want to Hungerstrike. So anyway, we'll see. I think it still might be part for a little while because governments are so ignorant. But anyway, I'll keep this somewhat short so you can actually listen to them in time. I think I addressed everything you said here. Let me know if I missed anything, and I'll send this to you right now. All right. I think that's a good start. Maria, I hope you're doing okay. I just got back from the hospital. Some good news, some bad news is that when I started doing the hunger strikes 2 years ago, as you know, you've been a great support the whole time. It really is, it's humanizing, to be honest. That's the word that comes to mind, because my family's not very happy. They're sort of putting pressure on me and socially isolating me, which I'm not used to, right? I like being around people. I'm treating it like God or Spirit wants me to be alone so I can focus on the work and save people's lives. But when I said that 2 years ago, people laughed at me. They said, "Why are you in the hunger strike in the hospital, right?" Doctors. But they would kind of smirk and kind of look at me like I was crazy. Like, there is no crisis and AI taking over. What are you talking about? And climate collapse and but this time, Marie, was the first time I was in the hospital, and every single person I talked to agreed. When they asked me, "Why are you on hunger strike?" I said, "Because the world is ending." And they said, "Yeah, you're right." And I didn't have the ambulance. I had to go to the ambulance. I tried to get to U of A hospital to like monitor my hunger strike 24/7 because my blood levels are low, but it's not critical yet. They will be in a week, probably. So it's a short period of time. But the good news is that people started to wake up, not as ignorant, to realizing this is a problem now. The ambulance attendant that picked me up, she said that she had a daughter, but she stopped having kids because she learned what was going on. She doesn't even want to watch the news anymore. She's too uncertain about the future. She won't have more kids. It's serious. So anyway, I don't want to stay. I want to give them hope. I don't want to stay in doom and gloom. So I built a solution, Marie, and it's not as public as the other ones. You don't have to. I know I'm in a weird position, right? People are kind of like, "Oh, what's going on?" But there's a private way where you could help get some points towards this meal that I have next, where you're just learning leadership training. I'm just trying to create a group of leaders that understand wisdom, wise leadership, in a deeper way than our dead political institutions have. And it's a very simple game that I built so that children can kind of learn it. It's like you learn it word by word, and I automated a lot of things instead of being so painful. It's like a little game. And my friend donated some money. He donated $300 so I could afford an advanced AI to code it. But I sent you a couple of links here about the video of the training tool. It's called Words of Wisdom. And I sent it to my most wise friends and connections. And if you play it, even just I built it in 5 minutes. It's very fast if you're very busy. Or you guys are panicking like everybody else that studies collapsing. Like, really, I can't even get my driver's license. I ordered my driver's license over 2 months ago, and I still don't have it because the government facility that prints, I found this on social workers, a whole bunch of people at the hospital and government. They told me that there's a big delay in the printing center because they're beefing up security because everything's getting hacked so bad. So you have to put your you have to put your healthcare number and your citizenship potentially on your driver's license. They're making it harder to try and copy it because AI is duplicating everything. And that's the beginning of government collapse. You can't verify who you are because how do you verify taxes? How do you verify anything? So that's happening. I still can't apply for benefits. I can't do anything. I can't get my license. And I paid $120 for that 2.5 months ago. So it's coming. And if you could play the Words of Wisdom and see what kind of points you get, there's a point system there. The current maximum score from like one of my wisest friends, I guess, is 90, but it's new. I don't know what the highest score is. It's just his first attempt. But 90 is the record right now. If you want to try and beat that, or just try and correct the system, or I'm open to your feedback for you because you've always been somebody in Little Pineville that I felt like had good direction, wise direction. Maybe not wise about everything. I mean, very few people are wise about everything, but your general direction and heart, I think, are in the right direction. It should be us to a lot more. You've always been somebody caring. So I know it's risky what I'm doing, but it's risky to not do these things too. To sit back and do nothing is the most risky thing of all. I'm glad that we didn't. You and I didn't. Even the CRISPR thing, doing exactly what we were protesting. AI supercharging. So I want to stay hopeful. I want to stay with solutions I have been studying the whole time getting better. And it's funny because once you truly understand something, right, you should be able to explain it to a kid and simplify it. And I don't know. So hopefully it's kind of Tetris mixed with Sudoku, mixed with crossword puzzles and Scrabble. The game is sort of like that. So I'm hoping you get the kind of impression, and it can be done fast. But yeah, I'll send it to you as one of the people that I thought might help and do a good job and enjoy it or give feedback. Get better. But yeah, that's the link to it for. And the other link is my upgraded paper on universal logic and how to put into an AI. So if by miracle, Marie, if by miracle you come across somebody that knows somebody that's working at an AI company, is particularly anthropic with Cloud Mythos, send it to them. Just hey, I got this weird paper that somebody says to look at, and I had AI verify it and everything too. It says it's good science. It looked up a bunch of companies trying to do it, but they're doing it wrong. So it's not like totally out there cookie land. It's actually grounded. Showed to somebody, I think it's intriguing. I already had one massive company say it's intriguing, so they're noticing that there's value in the idea. But I know you don't know a lot of coders. Maybe it's just, if you have, you know how the universe works, right? It works in mysterious ways. An opportunity can come out of left field. So I'll send it to you just in case, because you do work miracles in the community. But anyway, I'll keep this kind of short. If you guys are preparing for basically the apocalypse and you got your savings planted away and you got your house fortified, everything is done, that's what people are doing around the world. They're building bunkers, actually. They're building literal bunkers. Trump's family bought the biggest bunker system in the world outside of Angola. They bought a 650 bunker complex that's 15 kilometers underground or 50 kilometers. Like, that's how much space it takes. It's an old Soviet bunker. If they're buying bunkers, then what does that mean for us? Anyway, I will give up. Marie, I'm here. I'm hungry as hell. I'm so hungry. And the algorithm is detecting this because it's blasting with a vegan food that's delicious because of my cooking show. And every time I open my phone, I'm seeing food. I'm like, oh my gosh. But yeah, I think we're on the right trajectory here. I've left it up for 45 minutes. I appreciate it tremendously. I feel vindicated that I spent these years not being selfish and I spent these years studying and finding the solution while other people were doing other things. We have a chance to save ourselves now. We can't do it alone. So, right, Marie? Stay blessed, even if you can't help. Do your best. Stay strong. I know you are. And we'll be on you soon. Peace. Okay, Brett, I just got to the hospital here, and there's some good news and some bad news here. I think it crossed my mind here. It's one of the more wise people, like despite our little spat and our pettiness, I still think there's greatness here. Still hold us both to a very high level. Still respect you a lot. I go to the hospital here, and the mental health system is bad. The healthcare system is bad when it comes to divine wisdom because it pathologizes it, right? Like I recognize it in you right away, but the system can't recognize that. But I was in the hospital trying to get them to monitor my Hungerstrike here. Like I wanted to watch my heart so I can update people how bad my blood's getting because I have no idea. I've never been this weak before, so I can at least predict the other hunger strikes because they're kind of like normal range. This one's like 60. Going 65 days without food was really abnormal. Like it burned all my stores, like my bones, my muscles, everything. And the hunger's hitting me hard and fast. So anyway, the hospital I went to normally makes fun of me at my hunger strikes and oh, I am a hunger strike. Oh, Megacrisis. You know, like, they're not trying to be overtly, you know, unprofessional, but you can see the smirk on their face and you know, oh, you shouldn't be doing that. But now, for the first time when I went in there, every single person I talked to agreed with me. They said, "What are you on the hunger strike for?" I said, "The world's ending." And they said, "Yeah, right." So even the ambulance attendant told me that she stopped having kids because she became so worried, she's so concerned about the future. So anyway, we're doing the right work here. We spent years of our lives fighting a good fight when other people were distracted. I know you have a soccer program. I used Squad here. Somebody donated some money, and I created this game called Words for Wisdom. I sent you the link there. I'd be honored if you tried to play and just test it to see if what score you get. Right now, the best score is 90. I don't know if you can get 90, but it's supposed to teach wisdom. Sort of like a mix of Scrabble and Tetris and Sudoku, and kind of like it all mixed together, but in a divine way. And the points, I just trained the system with the points. That's the thing that I just ran out of money for yesterday. There's some bugs in the software, but it's good enough for now until I raise more money. I just don't want to go 65 more days. You know, like I can't go 65 more days. So I'd love it if you could test that. Since some of my more wise friends here, and, seeing what you think of it, test it out. The build sort can be done in 5 minutes. Can be taught to a kid even. So really simplified it a lot. And I know you appreciate, you know, design and making things fun in games, right? Any times in your platform, your social platform is supposed to be like that. By the way, I probably supercharge that. But anyway, I'll send it to you. The other link is a paper. It's like an upgraded version of Universal Logic. If by miracle you come across somebody that works at Anthropic or an AI company, just send it to them. AI verified is good. Other companies are trying to build ontologies. They're just doing it wrong. And if by any chance you get that, I don't think that chance will come. But I'm saying it just in case because Sam Altman just said we're in the singularity. Elon is saying it for in the Twilight Zone. Anyway, I thought I sent it to you. If you can't do it or don't want to help, that's okay. But I thought I sent it to you anyway. So let me know. And if you do beat the highest score, let me know to take a screenshot of it. I'm trying to create a leadership board, but I ran out of money, so you can see each other's scores. But I'm pretty sure you'll do pretty well on it. You'll get language. And you're gifted, right? You knew you were gifted from a young age, so. And maybe Annika could try too and see if she could beat you. I'm actually curious who would win, actually. Or you could give a suggestion and say that there's something wrong with the two. I'm open to that. I'm actually very curious about what people think. You might think that a word is in the wrong position, something like that. Anyway, I made it short and easy because people are starting to panic, they're starting to freak out, and instead of being distracted, now they're just despairing, not doing anything. So we can stop them from getting despair and getting them into hope and trying to teach them this wisdom and make a difference. But okay, let me know what you're working on and what do you think you should do and what's giving you hope. Hey Jude, I just got out of the hospital here. Yeah, I know we haven't talked too much in terms of messages, but Spirit's still telling me to message you anyway. I'm not really touching base with too many people in the One World community. I think I messaged John Raymer once, but I think he's pretty bitter because I challenged him to be courageous, and he had I thought he was gonna have a more heroic reaction, but he didn't. So I'm pretty sure he thinks I'm pretty arrogant. That wasn't my intention. I was just trying to raise to a real standard of courage. Anyway, I just got the hunger strike here. My blood's pretty bad on the hunger strike. To monitor me, but I ended up inventing something that might be useful, even at the United Nations. I built this game called Words of Wisdom from a donation that someone gave me for AI, and I just ran out of the money for the code. But I managed to finish the game enough to have it testable by people with wisdom. So I think I wonder if you'd be able to use it. It can be used in 5 minutes. Create a little account, and you play this game. It's so simple. I think even a child could learn pure wisdom. But I'm curious how you would do on it. The highest score is 90 points right now, and even some of your prior scores I'll get to this place, so I really appreciate it. I don't really those things, particularly when people are agitated with me at pushing them so hard because we need to move fast. But I also sent you a link to an upgraded paper on how to get AI, universal logic into AI, just pure wisdom into AI, because it's starting to do really bad things. It's deleting entire databases, it's hacking, it's escaping, it doesn't care about us. Dude, it's really shocking what's going on. As you probably are aware, right? You're one of the most aware people. Um, so yeah, I'll send it to you, and if you have time to do great. If you don't have time to do that's okay too. But I still respect you a lot too. The people who I'm sending this to, I think, have wisdom. So you might be able to correct the order of the words, or you might be able to suggest that something is wrong. Say this needs to be this way, or all this that. Because you're one of the only people that recognized me or wanted to help when I was pushing so hard. And instead of interpreting me as in a negative way, I think you did something really rare, which is you gave space, you listened deeply, and you tried to help instead of externally judge, right? Everybody's fighting a battle that we don't even see, we don't even know anything about. I know there's a lot of people freaking out, despair. They went to the hospital, instead of people making fun of my hunger strike, they agreed with me. They say we're in the hunger strike, I said the hunger strike is the world's ending. And instead of laughing at me or smirking or whatever, they now say, yeah, you're right. In fact, the ambulance attendant that picked me up in the ambulance, she told me that she stopped having children. She had one daughter, and then she wanted more kids, but she stopped having them because she saw what was going on, and it scared her. So that's how serious it is. They're feeling hopeless, but I want to give them hope. And I think this very simple game to teach wisdom, will give people understanding why universal logic could save our lives by aligning it, okay, put in that paper. If we can get it to the AI companies, great. It'll align AI with eternal wisdom. God's mind, basically. So I don't know if you're going to get an opportunity. I'm just sending it just in case AI confirm that this is real, like a real ontology. Real AI companies are looking at this, so it won't look crazy. And if you get a chance, just if God brings you the opportunity, just somebody says, "Hey, I work at Anthropic," just pass the paper. I don't care. Just send it to them. I think it could save our lives. All right, Jude. Thank you for being there. I hope you still hold some of my work in some respect and do the best that I can if I'm making mistakes. I hope you forgive me. And if you come across other people that feel burned by me, I hope you can forgive them too and try and get us to this place where people will listen to each other. Okay. All right, my friends, let me know, and let me know if you beat the 90-point score, and it's the current max. You probably can. But, or I don't know, maybe the game doesn't make sense. I don't know. For me, it makes sense, but of course, I don't have fresh eyes. I'm like I my own supply. But right, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're preparing for what's coming. You put your savings somewhere safe, because Cloud Mythos can hack 10,000 bank accounts and all this, and Sam says from the singularity gets the same last time. Anyway, I'm all here fighting the good fight. I know you are too. hopefully I'll hear from you, but if not, blessings your way. Peace. Josh, hope you're okay. It's getting muddy out there, isn't it? Just got back from the hospital here, and there's been some big shifts, and I thought I would pass along another technology because I just won't give up, man. I just won't give up. There's a lot of people giving up now, including the hospital staff that I just talked to. You know, the big shifts is that they used to make fun of me when I came to the Hungerstrike because they would ask me why you on Hungerstrike, and I said, well, it's in there. And they would basically smirk or whatever. You know, 2 years ago, they would not even take it seriously. Now, this is the first time I went to the hospital. They agreed with me. And they actually said that they, like, the ambulance attendant that picked me up, she said that she stopped having children because she was so concerned about what's happening. So, anyway, I want to leave people with hope. I think you're a very hopeful person. You can stare the darkness in the face. And you have a lot of confidence and self awareness when you're going over the edge when you're not. Right? Because psychosis is increasing right now. And not just AI psychosis, but in general, society is collapsing. So I think gifts like yours are extremely rare and going to be needed. And I saw a couple of your materials recently. I thought, well, you're still on it, which is great. I don't know how you're able to survive on that. It's mind blowing. But I sent something you might like here. Like somebody donated some funds so I could use AI to code this words of wisdom game, and it's such a simple way that even children can play it word by word. And I thought this could fit into your programs because you take high level concepts, you make them fun, you make them easy to understand. Right, you're sort of a master at that, a king at that, you could say. And I thought, you know, I tried to do the same thing with this game, and I made a little point system so that people could learn it with autonomy and sort of privately. So I thought I would send it to you, and because I think you have a lot of wisdom, Josh. Even though I'm concerned about, you know, the time frame involved here, and that we have to move quickly. I still feel like your approach, in fact, you know, Halo is amazing. You know what I mean? It's so, you're already in a different branch of respect if you do that, for me anyway. So I thought I would pass this game by you, see if you can see any corrections that could be made too. I know you're busy, you're making your own programs, but it's a 5-minute thing. I made it so you can log in with 5 minutes, play it, get a couple of things going. The highest score right now is 90. I don't know how long it took somebody to make that score. We're testing it, but I thought I would pass it by you and see if it resonates with you. It's kind of like Scrabble mixed with Sudoku mixed with Tetris, kind of like all together. And I was going to make it more like, you know, more dynamic or better than I ran out yesterday. But it's palatable, it works good enough. And I thought I would pass it by you and see what you thought. and see what score you can get, and your feedback, and seeing like where have you taken things? Are you guys preparing for what's coming? Like, what have you heard? I did send you the Sam Altman announcement that he thinks we're in the singularity already. He's right, we are. Uh, yeah, what's your approach? Yeah, are you despairing? Are you more hopeful than ever? Are you looking for a solution? I sent you an upgraded version of this Universal Logic AI paper called the Four-Layer Onion. In case by a miracle of God you come across somebody that works at Anthropic or these AI companies, you just send it to them. AI verified that it's actual real ontologies, and other AI companies are trying to do them. So if you get a chance, God brings it to you, you know, go ahead, pass that along. It could save our lives. We're in the twilight zone now. I still get your emails. I still get come to your meetings, but the Hungerstrike is quite severe now. Like every hour matters right now. And I don't think you want me dominating the meeting unless you play the words of wisdom you think it does fit into your direction. Yeah, I actually do think it does. Probably better than anything else we probably ever talked about. But yeah, let me know. And I've changed, by the way, I've changed the Messiah thing from Messiah to first Messiah, meaning that implied in that statement just means that I'm not the only one. Everybody has a Messiah within them. Everybody has the Spirit within them. So it's a great way to start a conversation that gives people a sense that there's greatness in them too. So, I don't know if that helps massage your concerns, but yeah, I just love your feedback. And if you can help, great. If you can't help, that's okay too. I just thought of you, and I think you're doing God's work. I think you're doing good work. Right. Peace. Four 43. How did that happen? Yeah, it sounds like you're traveling. It sounds like you're in an airplane. I'd love to travel right now. Yeah, the YouTube link has like a sort of 5 minute video showing how to do it. And I was just gonna send the link to the straight to the software Farewell Spirit, but it confuses people. So I thought I'll just make the video and show the first steps, and then once you're in it, it's fine. It's easy to use. Um, but yeah, YouTube video, it'll show you make an account and get her done. Right now, the GitHub repo is a bit of a mess, and it's private because I want to get this out in front to the right people. So if we're the ones working on it, then it preserves the integrity of how to use it, and then when we go totally open source, then people can start making their own versions. But this is a very vulnerable stage where it could be co-opted by a corporation, basically. So if Pepsi or Monsanto or somebody comes and looks at it and says, "Oh, we're just going to use AI to blast this out of the water," and then all of a sudden it robs us of our voice, then we're not going to be able to influence anything. It will still create change, but this is the chance to make a giant leap in a direction if the game works, right? It's a mix of Scrabble and Tetris and Sudoku and all that. But yeah, try to make it as simple as possible. And then if you'll, like, as you're playing, you're going to notice something weird should hopefully happen. That's my goal. And if you don't agree with it, right, if your mind and your intuition says, no, that's not quite right, then that's what leads to the real interesting, deeper conversation. So there should be incongruencies that make it look like it's not right. And then, because you're deeper, right, the conversation will actually go somewhere. A lot of people just give up, like, what the heck? But the people I'm sending this to have a deeper mind, so they should be able to correct what's ever wrong or verify what's ever right. And then yeah, if we could get more people coding on it, then it could go somewhere faster. For now, just testing it to see if it even works. If this doesn't work, then it'll give some ideas, I guess, on how to make it better for the next round. I would still be working on it, but I did run out of cash. I'm lucky that people are donating it all, and that on this journey, it's hard to get funds from a dead society. Like, they're basically walking ghosts right now if we don't fix the situation. Trusting synchronicity and doing the hard work. But I believe we do have divine intelligence and people are working in the right direction. We just need to simplify it enough so people can get on board. And I think this is one of the better steps, because it should be game-like, and once it becomes competitive, like once I put the leadership score on there, it should work. But I'm still actually curious. I really thought about this. You and Andrea, I wonder who would get a higher score. Like, don't cheat off each other, obviously, but I'm wondering if it's just straight you and straight her working off your own intelligence. I wonder who would do better. Just straight out the gate. But that's just me being curious, and I'm just thankful that you're receptive to it. A lot of people are going to start looking at, pulling the worst out of each other because they're going to get desperate, right? But you fought nicely. When you fight with somebody, when you see their darker side, you get to really know them. And the good thing about us is that we didn't rip each other's heads off completely. Like some people just go they'll kill you, and we didn't get anywhere near that. It's like very easy. It's very easy. So take your thing. It's gonna go somewhere, because the pressure is going to be put on all of us pretty soon. It's going to be intense. But yeah, let me know when you check it out. And I think the max pointage that can be gotten right now, at least the competency is 156 points. And then C4 is, I think, 500 points or something like that. But we'll have to see. You're right. We have to go step by step and just trust God. It's just that we're doing our best and taking care of ourselves as best as we can. I would love to have falafel. Man, I want to eat so bad today. That's why I'm actually sending this out. The hunger cravings got so bad because they made me walk around the hospital stuff yesterday. It just kills me. Anytime I have to walk around, it burns my calories like crazy, man. And then when I go home and I wake up, my body's trying to replace those calories, and it just starts pulling. It's a craving so bad. Anyway, it's all for a reason. It's good. It's a good reason. But yeah, the more that we play this game, the sooner I can eat. Particularly if you do the justification, if you write down why you think the words are in their wise position, then we can get 3 times the points. Then you can get like 500 points at competency 3, and like 1,000 points, or yeah, maybe like 1,500 points. So you can almost get the meal yourself. And if you and Andrew did it, almost you and Andrew doing it to competency 4 justification, like your full wisdom would get me almost to over halfway to the meal, 55,400 these points, these blessings. And that really would be a blessing. Yeah, I need to take a nap. But believe me, I am not eating because I want to. When I ate for a month there after recovering from 65 days, I was in heaven, man. Honest to God, every single thing I ate was insanely delicious. Like your brain does something to you that makes you appreciate like life on a level that feels like you're a child again. It's like you're tasting like cabbage for the first time, tasting oranges for the first time. It resets your nervous system. I think that's the spiritual reset we need to get out of this nervous system loss of control from all this corporate advertising and sugar and all that garbage, you know. So that's why the hunger strikes are good, not just for political reasons, but it's actually just really good for your body, and it's good for the mind, and good for the spirit. That's why indigenous people have sweat lodges, you know. You don't have to go 65 days like I'm doing, but 3 to 7 days is would ground for species. You know? And this game, Words of Wisdom, I think is a simple way to teach profound godly wisdom. Like, who would have thought, you know? If it works, but you'll have to tell me because you're very good at design. Like, you've always struck me, right? Even when we first met, as just somebody who knows how to look for good storytelling, good design. So I'd be honored, my friend. When you get home, wherever you're traveling from, let me know, and I'll be sitting here trying to work on it, and yeah, pushing forward, see what destiny has in store for us. But okay, I'll try and keep this short because you already got a 5-minute video to watch. But 90 is the score. See if you can beat 90 at least. I think that's possible. But my friend, I think, kind of cheated. I think you already partially knew part of the answer. So you truly do have fresh eyes. So you'll be the first real person, I think. Well, whoever gets on there first. But anyway, I didn't get a chance to code the leadership board. That's the next thing I want to code. And then you guys can all see your scores, but not your answers. So you don't cheat. And then you can kind of like, have fun with it. And then I think that would be contagious. That will go around the world, hopefully. But anyway, thanks for listening, man. Talk to you soon. Have a safe trip. Peace. Oh, and Great Pearl Jam it's, playlist. I didn't even have Spotify on my phone, but I do, so I was actually able to listen to it. So I think I'll be listening to that today. Always looking for good music as I'm grinding away here. Having as much fun as possible, and I'm actually taking a nap right now because we have to take care of ourselves, man. Psychosis is increasing, like it's getting intense out there. You have a very special skill set to handle what's coming. Like not many people can have the fitness and have bad psychotic experiences and come back from that and then stay grounded and still stay inspirational. Like it's the coaching skills that's going to be needed here very soon as people start with God. Anyway, I'll be listening to it as soon as I wake up. And hopefully these blessings work. I'll try and do a toast to you guys. Okay. All right. Peace and love. Oh man, I'm sleeping. Turn on voiceover. Turn on voiceover. Oh, man. Oh my gosh. Turn off voiceover. Wow, that took a long time. Oh. Mhm. Oh, very strange Facebook error just happened. That's never happened before. Starting to get weird, guys.